You ready, Jared? Okay. You ready?
To take attendance now.
Okay.
No Landon even. We are very short today.
Yeah.
Jared, is our live stream up?
Okay, call the meeting to order at 10:01. Agenda additions and approvals. The agenda additions, there is 9.2 on our agenda. And it's got an asterisk beside it, meeting with K Division and commanding officers at Spring RMA. And then also staff had added 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4 in camera. And those will all be verbal updates, so there's not an in-camera package. Is there any other additions? Nikki?
Yes, Reeve Clark, could we add 9.3 and it's meeting with Minister Ellis?
9.3, meeting with Minister Ellis.
Yes.
And I'd also like to add under, it could be under council's request for information for 6.2. The just road specs and road obstructions or things alongside the roads. Councillor Hunter got called about an issue this week, and I went and looked at it too. It's actually in my ward, and I just wanted to have a conversation with council on it too, and just see where thoughts were. So I'd like to add that as 6.2. I think it'd be under road specs or bylaws regarding our roads. So, and Andrew's back in, we can find that out.
Good.
Okay, is there anything else? Councillor Gano will move that. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Approval of the minutes. We've got our 2 regular council meetings from last month, January 14th, 2026, January 28th, 2026, page 5 and page 12. I know Councillor Adam had brought up a point of misspelling.
The proper spelling of Lila's McNeil's name.
It
is corrected.
Okay, so it's corrected. Is there anything else, or can we move those minutes?
There was one other spot there where we.
Yes, motion 21.01 1426. It was improperly labeled as Councillor Blank. It is Councillor Stevens' motion.
Okay. So we have those 2 in there. Okay.
They can be moved with the amendments.
Councillor Gano, you move those?
I'll
Call the
move
question. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. No public hearings, no delegations. Request for information, 6.1. Request for additional support, Stettler history book. It's got my name behind it. I was to the signing for it. Nikki, are you updated on that, or? Yes, sir.
I am to the point, Reeve Clark, that I understand the Stettler history book is seeking some funding, but I don't have the amounts.
Okay, I hadn't received anything in writing from them. I'd received it just at the where they did the kind of the opening for it, and they just were wondering between the town and the county if we could do a loan, basically, not a donation, but a loan, because it's all volunteer and they're trying to order additional books when they order it. The book sets are $200 or $400, pardon me, and I believe it's for 5 books. So they'd like to 4 to 5, and they'd like to order additional books because they have to order what they need at time of printing, and they know people are going to be coming forward and wanting more books. We did do, I think it was a $5,000 donation at the start of this. And but I don't know for sure if there was a book included with that or not. I thought that was looking into that, but I'm not sure if there was a set of books with it for the county. But the vet said if there wasn't, we should have a set of those books here also. And because it's Stettler and surrounding area Stettler, a lot of Erskine, kind of the, you know, the area surrounding Stettler. So quite a few of the wards here would be included in that book. It doesn't go too far east, but there could be mention of some names. Or south, probably down to Big Valley. It probably isn't, you know, they've got their history books too. Councillor Nyberg?
How much did we donate already?
I think 5,000.
I found the motion.
Okay.
So in 2021, council has approved a $5,000 donation to be drawn from the Rural Development Fund, and that 10 books be provided to the county as well.
Well, so 10 books, so that's 2 sets then. Okay, so there's 2 sets there. And that was from county ratepayers that were asking if we could do that so that they could order these books, because I guess once the books are ordered, once the books are printed, the plates are broken after that point. And they're very concerned they're not going to have enough books there. So I guess the other thing I should be asking too is anybody that's watching, or if we can get the note out. I know, Nikki, you did put a note out on buying the books or purchasing a set of the books, and I know that's, when I heard that, I thought there's this day and age that there'd be something where you could just push, you get 100 copies you could print, but I guess that's not the case. Councilor Gano?
I know the Stettler Rotary Club was also interacting with this group, and the engagement was around just that. Could we get electronic copies rather than?
Oh, did they, what?
And I'm not sure the outcome of that, but I know there's some dialogue happening.
Okay, because this would have been 3 weeks to a month ago. I was at that signing, and then at that point they said it was all on paper and hand-bound books. So we're going kind of back in history. Councilor Nyberg?
So when did you talk to them last?
I talked to them there was a signing at where we gave words and everything at the library, which would have been 3 weeks ago, roughly.
January 19th.
January 19th.
So, and I'm not saying that, I'm not sure if we're in the time, you're talking $1,000 here?
No, they were asking like 10 to 50, 10 or 20,000.
Oh, okay.
Like-
I
like,
misunderstood.
so
I
the-
thought you said $1,000.
No.
Because one of the service groups I belong to, I think we donated them another 500, and they may not even receive that check yet. So
Yeah, no,
they may not be out on their.
They were and this is not to be a name in the book or whatever. It was for a loan in order to purchase more of the books so that they would have books for sale.
So what if they don't sell them?
I guess we could, there's a short lady we deal with up at the lake quite often is who was asking. So Carol Dick was the one that was asking me about it. So I'm sure they'll be drumming to sell the books. And we could maybe request that if the town did this too, that they sold ours first. Councillor, you're clearing your throat, or did you want to speak, Councillor Stevens? Okay.
So that's the range they're seeking, is that?
Well, the first number was, I think they would take whatever would be donated. The first number that was brought up was 20, and I said, well, I said, that's a total council decision. I'd have to take that back. And she said, well, she said it's a loan. That's all it is. We're not asking for another donation. It's a loan. And because she said it's to the point now where us as volunteers are looking at having to try and take money out of our pockets too, plus all the time and everything we did to order these at this time because of the crunch on when going to print. Councillor Hunter?
So that'd be about 25 sets of books?
Yeah, well,
Or a little more, depends on the cost.
yeah, well, yeah, per 1,000 it'd be 2.5 sets of books roughly. Yeah. So on the 10 would be 25.
I'd say they should sell 25.
I would think they should. But I know you look skeptical, Mr. Nyberg. And as I say, it is a history book. It's locking in history, and I said I would bring it back to the table. And I talked to Yvette on it, and like she said, if there's sometimes rural development, this might be rural development to take it out of, but to put it back into it also. So other thoughts at the table? Councillor Walker?
I know Bymore and Indian both did books. Actually, I bought them for my kids as well. Like I bought a lot when we bought it, but I don't remember any funding. But it was reasonable too. It
Yeah.
wasn't $200, right?
Yeah, and I know when Gadsby did theirs too, but that was probably in 1982 or something. 83 maybe is when ours went, and they weren't. It was $100 a book or something like that. Yeah. Councillor Stevens.
I think it's a worthwhile cause, and I like the idea of supporting it. The concern I have is similar to lending family money.
Yeah.
It when it goes sideways, it really goes sideways. So if we give a loan, we need to be fully prepared to never see a penny of that back. And if we do, great. But you should know sitting here that
Yeah.
the best laid plans can go sideways in a hurry, and we need to be prepared for that.
What's the opinion of our communications person?
My opinion is that this is a difficult decision for your council.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Be careful. you
Councillor
don't get
Walker.
Splinters.
If we become a bank to one, we got to be a bank to everybody.
Which, when we look at the history of our, this is the history of our communities. Maybe this is something we need, if this came forward again, if we set this as a loan and get something back from them in writing that it is a loan, as Councillor Stevens says, it's pretty hard to, maybe very hard to collect, but I don't think 25 copies once they come out, I don't think would be that hard for them to sell, or 50 copies with the town included, because people will see them and then look for them. But I don't know where the electronic part is on it either. If there's electronic versions that'll be for sale, or how they protect that, or what they do with that.
Yeah, and
Councillor Gano?
as mentioned, that was something that the Rotary Club was exploring
Mhm.
because they had, the club had similar reservations. $400 for a set is a lot of money.
Councillor Nyberg?
Some of you here are old enough to remember that there used to be an encyclopedia salesman. And I'm with Mr. Gano, we're in the new century. That stuff that's online seems to be the new way. As much as I'm in favor of reading a book, I think there is something that's said to physically hold a book. But I do agree with Mr. Stevens. This isn't a loan. We have to be prepared that this is here's the money kind of thing. Do we know what the town of Stettler's doing?
I don't know what the town of Stettler's doing now.
My fear is if they come out with an electronic version, those 25 sets may never sell.
Yeah, there's still people that would like I know I bought a set, and they'll sit on the bookshelf. So when somebody wants to pull a book out, they don't have to. There's still books to be used, and the only thing we look at our museum, we look at all of the museums throughout our counties and stuff. This is taking history to a time, and is it 100% accurate? It's 100% accurate to the people that wrote it. So all I'm looking at is to the fact that is when it does go to print, at least that is in time for what's happened within this area. Councillor Adams?
I might remind us again, how much are they asking for?
Well, they're asking what it's costing to print, and to print and bind them are they told me it could be 5 books. So there's 4 to 5, which they'll hold at $400 a set. And a lot of information in them. And so it would be roughly the $100 a book. And it's on the businesses, it's on the settlers, and it's on the people that kind of made the community of around Stettler.
Okay, so what if we did, just a thought here, half of what they're asking as sort of a grant and the other half as a loan?
Yeah,
We did.
we did give them
but this
5,000.
is
Yeah.
a big part, and a lot of the people are disappearing.
Well,
Now,
they weren't asking for a grant though, to the fact that they'll have their input costs other than printing the books in place. So
They want us to cover the inventory up front so that they can pre-sell it later.
Yeah, is what they're looking for. They weren't looking for us to pay them any more. It like for the people that have did it, it's to put that inventory forward as books. Yeah. And I guess we could do it as a museum donation after if they don't sell. So.
I'm just thinking of it sort of a contingency plan, almost like because you said lending to family, you may never see it again.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering if that could be sort of a contingency.
And at that point, maybe it would, if it went to that degree, a person would have to look at that point. Councilor Gano?
Just, does anybody know if the town did sponsor and bought books?
The town did sponsor originally, I believe, at the same point that we did. I don't know to the amount, James.
When are they going to print?
As far as anybody that was doing a donation, so their name was in it, had to be by the 31st of January. So Nikki, when was that deadline?
I have to look that up for you. You'll have to give me a minute.
Okay. Councilor Gano, you had something?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
do I understand correctly that they've been unable to pre-sell these? Because if they're able to pre-sell, then they wouldn't need a loan?
I think they've pre-sold quite a few sets, but they are worried that people that hadn't come out to these things or aren't on social media will then want a set. Councilor Stevens?
I know I've seen the advertisements for pre-sales, pre-orders, but I mean, there's a huge difference between trying to pre-sell something that you can't touch or feel or look at versus holding it.
Here in Councilor Hunter,
Can I make a motion?
you can make a motion, yeah.
To advance them that 10 grand so they can go ahead and get their books made?
Okay.
You don't want to put it as a loan or?
Well, it was asked as a loan, and
Okay.
we could put something formal back to them. Like this was the first request. Nikki's got her hand up here now.
Yes, sir, to Reeve Clark, the pre-orders were, deadline was January 31st, and they are still accepting pre-orders until February 15th.
Which is
So that's closing very
close.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then everything closes because then the books go to press.
We've had lots of discussion. Is there Councilor Nyberg?
So I'm not saying that the individual you spoke to doesn't have the authority to do this. Is this an individual talking to you thinking out loud, or is this an individual that has the authority to say, this is what the request, did it come formally in an email, or is this a side of the table chat?
It was at the front of the table chat, actually, with the rest of the membership standing there when they were doing their pre-sale. And Gordon and I were there, so that was a request to us at that point, which I could certainly get back to her, ask us to put something to us formally, or but they were very serious, wanting some, and I guess probably kicking every can that they could to figure out how to get sponsorship to get having some of the books ready to sell. Councilor Stevens?
To carrying on in that vein, if we were to do this, I would be more comfortable even if it was a scaled down agreement. If we're gonna do a loan, there has to be something in writing that we give them.
Mhm.
At least then, if they sign it, we know it's their board agreeing to it. This isn't
One person.
one person. I mean, I still have mixed feelings whether or not we'll ever get our money back, but I think everyone that votes for it should be fine with if this turns into a grant.
Mhm. Councilor Nyberg?
And I don't mean to be negative, but there is no formal group that would be able to sign an agreement to do a loan. This is a handshake loan. This is very much, Mr. Stevens is putting that in, the idea that this is like a family loan money, because unless you're willing to have your brother go to the lawyer with you and say, listen, here's what we're gonna do, it don't matter. I mean, because this is just an 100% volunteer group of people together. you're going to have one person that says we're going to give you the money back, and we may never see it again. And just, yeah.
Counselor Hunter?
Yeah, I was just wondering if, we could slide something in there like your first sales or whatever we put this money towards and those books are sold, that money starts coming back to us. So they can't just, sell them,
Wait, yeah.
take the money, do whatever they want.
And I don't think they would, but
I know,
that's basing on faith. But just to add to your conversation, Mr. Nyberg, I just want to tell you, it may not be that way now, but our community and we were developed by handshake agreements around it and standing at a table, actually, or sitting at a table. That's how our world was created. So when you start talking about a history book of what our pioneers did, I guess that we're as close back to what the pioneers did. It may not be the truth now, and that's maybe a very sad reality of where the world's gone to. But I do think the people there are honorable in what they're trying to do anyhow. But I do think we could get something
And Mr.
right.
Clark, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I am in no way slighting the individuals that are doing that. All I am pointing out that I think Mr. Stevens has it correctly, that this is not in any, I mean, let's call a duck a duck.
Yeah.
This is a gift here because honestly, there is no, you cannot hold anybody to any accountability on this. I mean, yeah, there's absolutely zero accountability to come back. If they decide not to pay us, there's nothing we can do about it. And I understand the handshake agreement, but it's only, I mean, we have with recreation agreements, we have with some volunteer groups that have looked after recreational facilities. It was a handshake agreement, and it got us into we had to accept the fact that it was a donation.
We didn't have to accept the fact. Council decided to accept that fact.
Yeah.
If the one I'm thinking of. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that these folks are that way, but yeah,
They've put years and years into this book anyhow. So that's all that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm buying a set myself. So up front. So yeah. Go ahead.
No, I think history is very important. So if we can help these guys out, and I agree with James that it might not come back. And I agree with Justin too, that family's not a good deal. This probably isn't a good deal, but there's a lot of history. We don't help them. And like you said, Larry said, they've done a lot of work to this, and I'd like to see it go personally. That's why I made the motion.
yeah, no, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm a little confused because I thought every book could be reprinted. I don't.
That's what was stated by all of the people there that day, is that they're hard plates. And I'm not really that familiar in the.
I'm not either. I mean, I
But
see every
But they
book
said
that's
they
been
would not.
reprinted
They
over
would
the
not be. I thought they'd be stored somewhere so you could print them, or they'd give you a copy of them. They said absolutely not.
We're back to Gutenberg printing, I guess.
The books that I bought for my kids were way after the book. There was a reprint, so it was.
Was there?
Yep.
So did they have somebody reset everything then, or?
I don't know. I wasn't on that.
Yeah, you were.
They didn't even live here then, actually.
Yeah. Councilor Hunter.
And going to the digital era or whatever, I got both. I got our Hunter book and I got the digital part. I've looked at the book many times and never touched digital.
Yeah. So and the age of some of the people that would come in to buy those books are older than you. So
Are they?
I think so. Yeah. Councilor Stevens.
Just a clarification question about the motion. So we're proposing a interest-free loan for, do we want to add a time limit? Because I don't want to leave this open-ended forever. If it takes them 6 months to print, do we say from this day forward, it's an interest-free loan for 2 years? After that, pay us back whatever you've been able to pre-sell or sell,
After sell, post sell.
and then let the chips fall where they may. I just don't want to leave this open-ended, and I don't think it's much of a gift if we're charging interest.
Nikki, how long of a period would you think?
I mean, that's up to council, how long they would like to offer that. Yeah, I guess offering an interest-free loan might indicate there's going to be interest added after your date, Councillor Stevens? Is that what you're suggesting?
What I was suggesting in that time frame, if they haven't sold it in 2 years, they're not likely to sell it. And whatever we don't receive, we'd have to cut our losses. I would hate to leave this on the books as a loan for the next 5 years that's been partially paid and have a whole string of questions brought up by the auditors.
Councillor Adam?
I just need to excuse myself for another meeting for an hour and a half.
Okay. Councillor Gano?
To clarify my earlier remarks, the way I understand it is they are using plates. But what I was talking about, where the club that I'm involved with was asking whether or not they could use a different means. So they were going to print it, but not use plates. That was our question, because we are concerned with the cost, $400 compared to printing it, but using a different method, so that the cost would come down. And that's some of the feedback.
How long ago was that? Well,
Just in the last few weeks, we were making that
yeah, 'cause
inquiry.
this was 3 weeks
Yeah.
ago, and it's going by what has been indicated to us. The deadline is the 15th, so I think it must be going to print this other way. I don't know why they wouldn't look at the electronic piece. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
the quality of books or the
I
quality
think
of
it's
print.
it's likely that the quality of the print
Yeah.
is different. When you use plates, I think it's better. I'll just leave it at that. I just thought I'd clarify that. Thank you.
So
Councillor Nyberg,
we've got 10 books coming in. What was the premise of us taking in 10 books?
I guess when we should ask that question in 2021 when we voted on it.
Well, I'm just wondering what is our
4 to 5.
go-to with the 10 books?
Like it would be 4 to 5 sets, or like 4 to 5 per set. So if 10 books are coming, I
10
would
sets.
assume
I think
I would
we'd have
no
10 sets.
no I would assume it's 2 sets.
2 sets.
Yeah.
So
they
I
said-
mean, at $5,000, 2 sets is still, they've got some money ahead on that, I guess.
Oh, yes, they do, but that was getting some of the other things set up and some of the.
So what I understood, I might have this wrong, is that a set, there's 4 books, $400 for those 4 books. So $100 a book, but you need all 4
Yeah.
to get the,
Get to set.
yes.
And what I understood 3 weeks ago was it's 5 books
Okay.
printed,
Okay.
and because they were still working on the 5th book,
Okay.
and so but they were still going to keep the $400. So somehow they must have made a deal with the printer. That's what I understood. So, but I think it would be 2 sets, Councillor Nyberg. So there would be a set for the office and then one other set that possibly they could.
So versus the loan versus everything, I'm just quick figuring. If we bought 25 book sets, that'd be $10,000. Why don't we buy, and I'm not discounting Mr. Hunter's motion here, we buy 25 set books and then we turn around and sell them, and that's how we get our money back. It solves the problem, and then it doesn't have this convoluted loan issue. It gets them to a point where if somebody needs a book, here's a book we can handle.
That is another.
If we have to, we give away the books, but if we can sell them if they can sell them for us, that might be an easier way, at least then our name is on 25 sets. I don't know. Maybe that's more complicated than a loan. I don't know. But it just seems that a loan kind of sets out we don't have anything in there. So I don't know.
Councillor Hunter?
That's kind of what I stated, that we would, as soon as they sell them, they'd start funneling that money back to us. Basically, we're buying the books.
Yeah,
And
and
they're
it just
getting them
helped
back.
with the loan The loan.
I didn't mention
Yeah.
any loan interest because I think that
Yeah.
gets really confusing.
But
That's kind of.
that is an option too, Counselor Hunter.
It is.
We could buy the books and then.
Well, no, that's
they-
kind of where
yep,
I was
They
going
could just
first.
say that they're for sale, even if they were here.
That's why we're.
It does, that's volunteering things for our staff, but is that a problem? And you're representing all of administration today, so.
Yeah, no, that'll be fine, Reeve Clark. Thank you.
Yeah, so that is another option. And as you say, down the road, a person could give it. If there was ones left and you felt something was worthy of giving it or giving it to another community or to some of the other libraries out in our communities and stuff, so they got the books there too, well, that would be an option too. Okay, will you,
Well, no, that's what when I worked,
Okay.
my first motion was 25 books.
is that what you
I
picked
worked
up?
had that in my motion.
The council, so just to clarify, you want the motion sitting on the table to be that the County of Stettler Council purchase 25 sets of books. Will we then host and sell them here, or
They could sell them to.
To simplify the motion, if that's the direction we're going, to purchase 25 books at $400 a set.
25 sets, yeah.
25 sets at $400 a set for resale. And if you leave it that way, then it leaves it open whether we sell them here or they sell them.
That's. Yeah. And, I guess, any other comments before we go to vote? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? So it's failed, so. Counselor Hunter and Counselor Clark were in favor. The balance were opposed, so.
okay? So 2 in favor, Hunter and Clark. Adam isn't here, and the rest are opposed.
Okay, 6.2. Excavation projects alongside of roads, I guess. Counselor Hunter had got phoned by an individual very concerned that there was a hole dug very close to the boundary of one of our roads. Which he went and looked at. And then he did phone me on it, and he'd sent me a couple pictures, which I'll forward to Andrew. And I stopped by there yesterday, which I know with AT, there is regulations on how far you can dig a hole, whether you call it a dugout, an elephant trap, or whatever you'd like to call it. It's very steep banked. It appears to be quite deep without walking in and trespassing on the land. If somebody went off the road, they could definitely hit it. It looks to be about 25 to 30 feet from the fence line. Yeah.
I was going to say 20 to 25.
Yeah. So very close to the fence line and down in a low spot, but there was other draws throughout that land that they could put a dugout in to collect water. It was just newly dug. So I wanted to get staff to bring back wherever that states how far from a road you're supposed to be. I do understand it's not a permitted size dugout, but it's still, everybody's looking for water, but I mean, it still is a safety thing that I'm concerned. If something did happen, where would they stop from a liability basis? Would it come back to us because we allowed something throughout our bylaw? So I'd like that to come back because, and then we can discuss it as, and go forward from that. We won't give a location or anything because that should be in camera if we're doing that. But it is concerning to look at when you drive down. If you just think a kid come off the side of the road or an adult, but I mean, any of our kids or grandkids could do that. So, and it's a fairly muddy road right now too. It's a main road, but it was very muddy. So I think it needs gravel this year. So, but it did bring it to my attention. It brought it to, and as Mr. Hunter wants to get back to the person that phoned him and give an answer and just to say, well, it's there now, so we're going to leave it. I don't think is the answer we want to give it. He talked to administration on it and so I think we need to bring it back and have a better conversation on it. Go ahead, Mr. Nyberg.
Do we, you said we don't permit dugouts.
We permit they're spec size dugouts though.
Oh,
And I think the spec size dugout was, I think really falls back possibly to where PFRA, what used to be the old PFRA dugout. I don't know if that's the spec size. Have you seen anything from dugout? Kara?
I don't have the information about a specific dugout, but any kind of excavation would fall within our development permits.
It should.
It should, and it should also fall within the roadside um, permits from Alberta Transportation.
how far back did you say it is?
Off the fence line would be as 20 to 30 feet, say, because I was saying 25 to 30 and Wade was saying 20 to 25 feet. Off the
Depends on
edge line.
whose shoes you guys are walking in, I guess.
We weren't walking. And let's make that point.
And that's off the fence line. So Center Road, I'm saying it's about 75, 100-foot right away, probably, that road.
Or 66 feet. I think.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but
We should have it come back to us and have planning give us the Coles notes, because I'm understanding what I understand a little bit about this
Well, and
agriculture.
that's what I'm asking.
We just need to get a better understanding, because I really don't think we have a planning issue in this one. However, I have been, I'm thinking there's houses that are closer to the road than that in some cases. We have, just on Highway 56 going north, we put in let a house go in, and it's right near the road. So, but I think we could have some information.
No, we need some information brought back, but knowing, fortunate or unfortunate living on highways, AT has made many people fill dugouts in that are too close to the road.
Yeah, but what is too close? That's the call. Yeah.
Councilor Walker?
That's what I was gonna add. I do remember a dugout dug along a secondary road, and he had to fill it back in at his expense.
Yeah, and Highway 12, I do know somebody that had to fill one back into. So,
Reeve Clark administration will bring back information and all the specs on that for you.
if we can do another meeting, and whether it needs to go in, at that point, we need to go into camera or what with where the location is, but just so we get a clear point out to people.
In this particular issue, where did they put the berm? Why didn't they put the berm on the roadside?
It looks like they filled in some wetlands or low spots with the dirt, so that
Oh,
could be
okay.
farmed. Yeah.
Fair enough. So there's a little bit more issues than
Yeah.
what we're dealing with. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll just formalize this with a motion so we can carry on.
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
move that we instruct administration to bring back options regarding setbacks for private civil works or obstructions to our roadways.
That was a very good motion. Can I call the question? All in favor? That's carried. Old business, museum funding, memo, museum funding, page 7.1, pardon me, new business, request for decision request for decision, asphalt rehabilitation project, page 18.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the question, why is it rehabilitation when there's no asphalt there in the first place?
It might depend on how it's worded. So Nikki, or is somebody going to speak on this one, or?
I believe Kara is here to answer and explain this one.
Okay, Kara?
Yeah, so we had put together some proposed projects for pavement and asphalt rehabilitation under the LGFF grant. The projects were approved with the exception of the new fire hall asphalt pad. And so in order to meet the conditions of the grant funding, we need to identify a replacement project. So the rehabilitation of 5th Street in Erskine has been proposed, which would be a heavy application of MC 250, which would create a pavement-like surface. And so the request in front of council is that you authorize administration to complete those repairs for the estimated amount of $173,500. and that the capital grant be the funding source.
Counselor Nyberg, Counselor Stevens?
So, Mr. Chair, you know my position on putting pavement down before we're fully developed. The one side of this road is fully developed. The other side may or may not be developed for a very long time. So, in that site, I don't necessarily think it's a problem for that. The only consideration that I would have with this is there has to be some limitations because there is some farm access to the quarter to the west. We should, I don't know how we would do it, but I think we need to have some, and that's might be what Mr. Stevens is already talking about. My concern anytime that we're putting pavement down is if we put it in an undeveloped area that people move houses, there's concrete trucks, heavy traffic, and it rips it up. We've seen that in the past, and I don't want to see that happen again. I don't feel that's the issue here. The only concern that I have is access to that quarter because there is some very heavy equipment that does go in.
Can somebody please just give a briefing on where Fifth Street would be in Erskine?
It's on the very, very west side of town.
The very west.
Jarrett, could you go to the next page, please?
Yeah.
And bring up the map for everybody. Thanks.
But this was also the oil project that if something did happen, we could rip it up and re-oil it too. Yeah, MC 250.
So
Counselor Stevens?
the concern about the build out on the west side, it could happen. I strongly believe that any subdivision build out on the west side is further out in the future than what this product will last on that road. I mean, it's not your full highway asphalt. It doesn't have a 25, 30-year lifespan, right? I generally support the idea of bringing kind of some consistency to the entire hamlet so it matches the rest. So I would be in support of it, but I would make a second motion just so everyone's aware afterwards, because we do need to protect this. I would like, well, we'll tackle it one step at a time. We got to come up with a way of road ban or access to protect this if we're going to invest money.
Could we
Counselor.
have the map zoomed in? Because there isn't really an access to that unit. Do we have an updated Google map of it? Can we get one? Because I don't think there is anywhere along there that there is an actual, they just come off that.
Is there not off Highway 12?
There is off Highway 12, but the owner actually just plows into the field off the road because it's fairly flat there. There is no actual approach. So I don't know if you'd have to put up a fence or you'd have to have that conversation with them that it's going to be paved and they just can't do that anymore.
I would suspect if there is an approach from that ag land to the highway, that it would be appropriate to ban this road. It's a residential area.
Mm-hmm.
If you do have that one-off construction, we have a permitting system that they can use to get around that. But if we're going to invest that money and there is another option for the ag user, then we ban that road, protect our investment, and we're covered.
Yeah, because if you were to go west on this picture, there is one route off Highway 12.
We've got hamlets throughout our county too where we do have banned roads. So
In residential areas, banning roads, if we're investing in upgrading the infrastructure, doesn't concern me at all. So it's fine if we have more debate, but for now, I will move option number 1.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Hunter's opposed. Okay. Carried. And then Counselor Stevens?
I'll make a second motion instructing administration to bring back options to protect this road once it's upgraded, whether that be alternate approaches, road bans, etc. If they could
Counsel.
bring back options in that regard.
Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, if I could, a friendly amendment is to have somebody from our Public Works Department reach out to the individuals that are farming that, landowners, and just have that conversation with them, because good communication seems to solve a lot of problems. So I think if we had that conversation, they're very much ratepayers too, so they understand that they don't want to waste money on it. I do believe they have access. They just typically it's easier to go one way than it is the other, but they may just have to move on down the road now. So
I will accept that friendly amendment. So the motion will be instruct administration to bring back options regarding protecting the infrastructure and to communicate with the landowner about the plan moving forward.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Counselor Hunter opposed. Carried. Okay, old business, 8.1 memo museum funding, page 21 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request from Councillor Stevens that this item be brought back to council for a motion on the museum's request.
Counselor Stevens?
This is more for clarity and fairness. They came, they made a presentation, and I think it is incumbent upon us to give them a formal answer and not kind of leave them hanging. That's why I asked for this to be added. I have mixed feelings about increasing their funding at this point after we've already passed our budget. And I think we need to communicate with some of our partner groups about scheduling and when a better time when we're debating our budget would be. I get that we have to amend our budget and dip into it for various items, but they tend to be emerging issues, not we would like some additional funding to cover inflationary measures. I'm not sure if that's an emerging issue. There is a middle ground. They are planning, and they do a great job at some community events. This is one of the missing items when they did their presentation and their funding levels from various municipalities is we give our base funding. We also have our KIP, our community investment. And I think many of their events would be eligible where they could apply for that. And that would be a worthwhile investment. Of course, it would be a council decision come June who we award to, but there is other streams available to them.
Okay. Counselor Walker?
I did talk to Karen on this. I phoned her and talked to her, and I said exactly what Mr. Stevens said, that we could probably on another event fund, and she was all good with that. She had no problem with that, so just gotta get back to her.
Okay, that just on the other fundings though, like the one the county did a full breakfast there, but then the museum didn't request another when they took it over. So because I guess they didn't receive, they were charging for it and we weren't, or how did that work? Counselor Stevens, you were, I believe, on the board at that time.
I think that was right at the tipping point. I may have still been on it. When we did the breakfast, it was by donations. In hindsight, being 2020, it was difficult due to the location, and we should have planned it better because they were charging to get into the event, but it was a volunteer nightmare to figure out who was there and paid a donation for the breakfast and then stayed for the event. And there was some, I mean, as happens with most volunteer-led groups, there's a few hiccups along the way. So It was definitely appreciated by the museum, but there's lots of help that happens that doesn't make a huge financial contribution. That's one of the examples. I would, no matter what we decide on their funding level today, I would like to get away from comparing ourselves to the town. If one side is funding more than the other, that is not justification in my mind for increasing the other side. If you want additional funding, then you should make the case what you're going to use the funding for, why you have a need, and not play the parents against each other. In my mind, that is a counterintuitive way to justify spending public money. If you have a need, then I'm willing to discuss that need and look at increased funding.
Councillor Nyberg?
Thank you. And I think whoever is, I think Clint's there now, but I think we should maybe send a letter back to the museum about when we set our budgets, and if the request comes in for more money. I agree with Councillor Stevens on the fact that you need to build the need and show me the need. Don't just say that, pull the money out of the thin air. But the fact that we build our budgets back in October, not January. What meeting did they come to? The 26th or whatever? And
That was the last meeting, so the 26th, yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, our budget was already set. Unfortunately, they need to come forward in October and make the ask, because that's where we make those decisions. We'd already made set a budget at 32,000. And just as a note, if you look at the history, we have stayed at, the 30,000 for a number of years, and then we had the 32,000 increase. Typically, we stay at that amount for a few years and then bump it up. It was, I wouldn't say cost of living or whatever, but maybe we look at a per capita, and maybe this is something that we have our a conversation at ICF to stop, like Mr. Stevens says, the situation of they're giving more or these guys are giving more. Maybe there needs to be a conversation with the town too, because I can't help but feel that the town councilors are feeling the same way, that they're getting in that situation. So let's just have the adult conversation of where we're at on the funding, both sides. This is my thought. And we should send a letter or somehow communicate back to them officially that our budgets are worked on in October, not in January. So,
Councillor Stevens?
The only way to make this, when we get into comparisons, the only way to make this an apples to apples comparison, there's so many different factors. Certain groups do certain work in kind. There's the added investment streams like community investment. There's when we help with events. And then I value museums. They're worthwhile, but our town partners, they fund one museum. We fund multiple museums. Like, there's so many factors to get this to an apples to apples comparison. You'll get dizzy trying to get there. And that's why I think we need to return to what is the need, and we'll discuss the funding level for that need. I will make a motion that we maintain our funding level for the 2026 year, and we send a letter to the museum requesting that they come in the fall to discuss 2027 funding.
Councillor Walker?
When Mr. Counselor Stevens and I were talking, I explained the exact same thing. They gotta come earlier. And I agree with
Okay. So we'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, agenda items 9.1 quarterly road report, page 23 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg is on vacation, so Kara is here. And this is just an update for council on where we're at with some of our roads. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, everybody. So just a rundown of where we are at right now. So in the 2025 gravel program, we were able to spread 86,537 tons of aggregate on our county roads, which works out to roughly 300 miles included in the 2025 program. And we are currently at 230 miles planning to receive gravel for 2026. We have updated the gravel road reduction policy, dust reduction policy in January. So we have posted the tenders for our dust control products this year. The closing is on March 9th. So they're currently posted on the Alberta Purchasing Connection website. Closing is March 9th, and then we will have a tender opening and bring forward recommendations for those products in likely at the February or at the March meeting. Bridge files, we were able to complete 2 bridge files in 2025. A third one was pushed into 26, pending some negotiations with adjacent landowners. But we do have funding for a bridge culvert replacement along Range Road 17-0, and we'll get that running here in the 26 construction season. And then we have additional files submitted to transportation for review. We have one in Scullard, one near Gadsby, and one near Red Willow. The Greater Beats, we have had an interesting run here the last few weeks with the weather being as it is. So we did switch our graders to our Sandvik blades for ice and traction control. We've now switched them back into the straight blades just to ensure that we can get some better traction and we're not disturbing the road cap or causing water shedding issues in the spring. We have our 9 regular grader beat operators. We have 2 high traffic operators and 2 floater grader operators. And we, in the case of snow clearing, we're able to clear the county in roughly 3 days.
I think you've got a question, Councilor Nyberg, if that's okay to question through.
Of course.
So just a quick question. I noticed quite a few of the roads, it's tough. It's a crappy time of year, the thaw and freeze cycle. A number of the soft spots, are the graders out right now?
So
And are they on with Sandviks? Because it's a no-win situation for the operators. I get it, because the Sandviks bring it up and then it retains water, and then some of the spots need ice, and it's almost like you need to have a button where Sandvik and then straight blade, Sandvik, straight blade. It doesn't work that way, I realize, but is there
we have left ourselves some flexibility. Not all of the graders have been switched to the straight blades. The majority have. However, we do have, I think, 1 or 2 that still have the Sandviks on them so that we can send those out to the hot spots. The graders have been primarily on reassigned. However, we have had some out hitting those hot spots and any complaints or concerns that are brought forward.
So my question is, and my limited amount of knowledge is, if we hit them early when it's still fairly frosty in the morning, we can get those bladed. But if we get too late in the day, then it becomes difficult to do this. I just know I've had a few ratepayers might talk about some of the washboard and then just a few soft spots, and I said I'd bring it up and talk about it. So.
Yeah, and I mean, our supervisors are out doing their regular inspections. They're trying to get there as quickly as we can. The operators have all been instructed, received additional instructions on how to operate with those Sandviks without impacting the road too. It's a bit of a tricky situation, but we're certainly doing the best that we can and trying to keep that flexibility going between our operators.
So are we sending them out early in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. That's what I was passing on, but I wanted to make sure that it was where I was at. So
The high traffic roads are not assisting. We did gravel a road yesterday because it was just getting to the point where it was getting impassable. They're going out based on complaints that we're getting, counselor suggestions, and they are checking hotspots. And we're trying to get, especially at the washboard, get it down. And then if we have to put some gravel, we're looking at putting the 1.5 inches for it to be beat into the top. And then we'll go back in the spring. The frost is out of the road and we'll go with the 3/4.
Counselor Steven, has a question.
If you're getting complaints about washboard, especially this time of year, we have very limited options. The top couple inches every afternoon thaws, it's soft, you can work it. I question whether there's enough good material that is not frozen for us to adequately cut out the washboard. It's gonna be there for a bit. I mean, you need the top that's actually thaw seems to be turning to muck every morning. And you can fill holes with muck, but it just pushes out. So you're chasing your tail a bit currently.
Thank you.
And just to wrap up, as Yvette said, the gravel trucks were rolling out yesterday and again this morning, and the snowplow trucks are still on order.
Counselor
Uh, Regarding those trucks, when is the next date that they've given us? No plow trucks?
It gets pushed back pretty regularly. I think the last date that I heard was end of February.
End of February for the first one and April for the second one. So yeah, winter's going to be over.
Will be good for next year.
They've
Yeah.
had lots of time to work on the other trucks to keep them right up to.
And there's no penalty attached to this contract, is there?
No, but we are, I think they have really got the message that we're unhappy.
Were these purchased through Canoe or were they purchased?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
I think that's something we should look up, and that should
Okay.
go back through Canoe if they are, because I do think that could put a little bit more pressure or something on it so that they're on a bid. They're buying a lot of trucks.
And when is payment made on?
After we receive them and we find out that they've met our specs and we're happy. We don't pay for anything unless we're happy with the purchase.
Counselor Stevens and then Nyberg.
With this many delays, when they said that we're going to receive a truck in April, did they indicate April 1st?
Oh, there he goes.
I don't believe there's
April of 28.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, and I just what I understand.
Counselor Walker was ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I haven't had one negative comment on the graders. Every comment I had was positive on the roads. And that's, I don't know, it's been that way a lot, but just saying, the ungraders are doing good.
Counselor Nyberg.
And mine were not really complaints, just concerns what we were doing.
And
What I understand though, from when we did the tender, that there is 2 major tenders coming up, which is going to throw these guys for a real loop, because both Leadcore and MCon, I think, are both up for replacement of their trucks. So hopefully we get our trucks before they start on that contract, because I could see 2 trucks getting pushed to the back of the room when you have 50 trucks in front of us. So, yeah.
I would certainly hope you're not correct on that, but
Well, they said that's not the case. That we don't have our trucks.
we don't have trucks yet either.
Have we physically seen them? Have someone gone to site to their manufacturing
No.
facility?
No, it's all been through communication.
I had a personal conversation with them at the convention.
Okay.
So did I.
I just wondered if, I don't know, driving by, maybe someone that goes to RMA regularly up at Nisku could
Well,
swing by.
the only thing, the last I'd heard is they, part of the contract may be picking them up in Quebec or someplace too.
Oh,
So maybe where they're being built has been changed too. So we'll have to confirm that, but I certainly would stop in and just see what the status of our trucks are if I knew that they would be there. Yeah. Get you back, yeah. Okay, please proceed.
And that's really all we had.
Have we, speaking of this muck though, have we thought about banning roads yet?
We've had several conversations, but we're finding that the top inch or 2 inches gets sloppy. It gets sloppy about 1 o'clock in the afternoon because we do have a lot of grain moving right now. And anybody that's calling us about road bans, I've said, try and get it out as early in the morning as you can to help with the integrity. And we've done that in the past and had good luck with it. Special areas road bans are on now, but it's supposed to turn cold this weekend, so I think we're okay. If not, we'll probably have another serious conversation next week about whether or not we put them on. It's usually Dan's call. He's out driving the roads and watching, what's going on. Especially, we have seen a lot of trucks with grain,
If it
beach rains.
if we get heavy freezing conditions for any length of time, we're gonna have a lot of complaints because that slop is, some of these roads are pretty crappy in the mornings. But you're not sinking into them, but they are pretty.
No, and I have seen, like, I've drove a couple of the roads that the graders have gone over, and they're smoothing it out the best they can.
Yeah.
But then the trucks come in and rut it up
That's right.
again. So
Kind of just move the muck. Okay, any other questions, or can I get a motion to accept the report? Councilor Nyberg gives us that motion. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you, Kara. Meeting with K Division and Commanding Officer at Spring RMA.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've been asked if council would like to meet with K Division and the commanding officer for that division. We have a form to fill out if you would like to do that at the convention. So we need to know, number one, do you want to meet with them? And number two, who wants to attend? And topics of discussion. They want to know what you want to talk about.
I suspect it'll be the same as it typically is with their whole row of people. And Andrew?
I would just add that in addition to this meeting request, this is a typical one. We get this request every year. Generally, our problems or concerns aren't with the RCMP and K Division themselves. Most recently, when we talk about the police funding model, which of course is the big budget number, that's actually Solicitor General or Public Safety. And we did manage to get a meeting time secured, and that's the next item on the agenda with Minister Ellis. He's the one we want to talk to about the money we're giving for the police. The police are just the guys getting the check at the end of the day. And of course, they're quite happy to say thank you. But they're not the ones who can affect what that formula is.
Did you have your hand up, Councilor Stevens? Or is it you just looking? Okay. The thing with the meetings with them, though, I think with new council, we're going to have some going through and reviewing or seeing the new
Dispatch or 911 center?
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt. Like, I don't know if we gain great bounds by meeting with them up at RMA, but we're there, and it certainly doesn't hurt to let them know also too that we recognize, especially the fact that sometimes how they staff, what they say they have for full-time staff and how they staff are two different things. You bring your concerns there, you bring your concerns about depot. Did we make the whole difference on that? We might have made a little part, everybody that talks about it makes a little part of it. So when Staff Sergeant Russell was in here last meeting, he did indicate that was improving, possibly, from our staff count also to the point of improving. One comment on RCMP, one counselor made a comment that we hadn't seen many RCMP on the roads. Yesterday, within the next 2 to 3 days, I probably saw 10. And then yesterday there was a truck along Highway 12 going through Stettler that had numerous vehicles stopped throughout the day. Yeah. Yes. Councilor Gano?
If we booked a time, what would we not be going to, I guess?
That's a crapshoot.
Maybe a keynote speaker at the RMA or, an update on something. We just usually get up, go, the meetings are 15, 20 minutes and we come right back.
They're in the same building. They're down on the lower level of the Shaw Center. Counselor Nyberg?
Again, not to be negative Nanny, but I don't feel there's a lot of benefit in meeting with them. Over the years, I've met multiple times with them, and I'm not 100% sure that. And it's tough to say because you don't get feedback from it, right? You don't get to say, okay, we followed up on this, and this was fixed or not fixed. So I don't think we get that. We have more beneficial having a good conversation with our staff sergeant than we do having with them. I find that it's a lot of pomp and posture, but that's my personal opinion on it. So.
I found it cyclic too. When our rural crime in our area was a lot higher, I did see some value in those conversations. They were aware of our situations here very much so that they could discuss it. So I do think there was value at the table, but is there that full-time value, or do you send a few, or do you say no and then it shows that?
And I would respectfully disagree on that one because I don't know if K Division did squat for our rule. I think where we gained the biggest was having the conversation with our staff sergeant and making sure that we had that in place. If we had a situation where we didn't have a steady staff sergeant, maybe then that's the time that we would have that. I will again disagree that the K Division gave a crap about what we were doing with rural crime. Our staff sergeants that we had were the ones that were the troops in the boots on the ground making a difference. So I think we did okay that way. But like I said, I mean, for all means, if you want to go, even if we call the meeting and have the meeting, I probably won't show up because it's, again, something that I don't necessarily find as valuable.
Go ahead, Counselor Stevens.
We're getting a little bit off topic from the meeting, but I would not characterize it as K Division didn't care. I still firmly believe the biggest bottleneck was not the amount of policing or arrests or charges filed. That was not the bottleneck why we had so many criminals on the street, and to a certain degree they needed help with the prosecution side. But as far as the meeting goes, it's generally a contingent, costs us nothing to go while we're there. So I'd open it up to the board. Is anyone interested?
CEO Cassidy?
Thank you. I think it's an excellent place anytime we have the opportunity to bring up the community policing model that we support, and especially the SRO funding. If they would fund the SRO totally through the community policing with the extra money that they're getting from rural municipalities, it would take a financial burden off of us and Clearview and the town of Stettler. And though we don't get anywhere, and it's been a topic that we've talked about at every meeting we've gone to, if we keep it up, sooner or later, maybe when they're in planning their budgets, someone will bring it up.
Counselor Nyberg?
So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I don't think K Division makes that decision. It's the provincial government of how that money's spent, is it not?
Could be, but I'm sure they're at those meetings.
Fair enough.
What are the thoughts of the rest of the board? We know what Mr. Nyberg's thoughts are. You leave the meeting and you go down some escalators and they're there, but you do have the chance of missing a keynote speaker or another piece of it. Yeah.
I feel like we always seem to get scheduled for the keynote speaker.
It seems to be, and sometimes it's maybe not so good, and sometimes it's maybe not so bad.
Or it's just a run where I get back in the room. Oh man, you missed the best speaker.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm sour on it.
But that was an invitation from Corporal Glazer at Bashaw, and then we had one from
All three detachment
all three
commanders
detachments.
From
are
Elliott
asked us.
Stettler.
extended. Some reached out to the Reeves, some reached out to the two events.
So who would be attending from the policing end of things? K Division only?
Yeah, and usually sometimes Cam would be there.
But we don't know that.
We don't know that for sure.
Typically, it would be sort of the district level for our area, and then the provincial guys. It's kind of the upper, more regional overview that we see. So guys that we wouldn't see on the day-to-day. And if we have a concern that we wanted to talk to Cam about, he's a phone call away. These other guys are a lot less accessible.
Counselor Walker, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the more you show yourself, I think it'd be better. Yeah, more communication.
Counselor Hunter?
So this is at the RMA?
Yeah, it's at the
And
Shaw.
so it doesn't cost us anything.
No, it's at the Shaw Conference
And
Center.
if we don't go to this, what are we doing?
Either keynote speaker or breakout session, or it's within the meeting is when they fit you in, and it's usually 15 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't take.
So you're taking
Oh.
20 to 25 minutes because you're there waiting, and it always seems to be that as soon as we're released, it's usually lunch.
Well, I think it'd be okay to go if there's no money, like not cost us anything. To go up there, like I don't agree with going to that K division. Like I think it's costing us money for nothing. But this one, yeah, probably do it.
Counselor Gano, you
I'll attend.
Okay. So I've got Counselor Walker, Counselor Gano, Counselor Hunter.
I would attend depending on what my
Alright.
schedule is like up there.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor
If
Stevens?
if there is a contingency going, I would like if you guys are able to bring up their hard and soft vacancies and if they are looking at changing anything to try and fill these quicker.
And then also the SRO officer funding, we didn't say anything to them last time, so, because we weren't there. So do you need a motion for that, or is that okay there?
It's good. I don't think we need a motion. No.
Okay. 9.3, meeting with Minister Ellis.
So this is
Yep.
the one I was alluding to. This is one we actually did request.
Is this through RMA also?
At the same time as RMA. So with each conference, we always reach out to ministers that we have pressing issues with and see if we can get an audience where, we don't have the best batting average because they get so many requests at the same time. But it's similar to the conversation we just had, where if we're in Edmonton already, it is the most cost-effective way for us to meet with them for advocacy. In the case of Minister Ellis, of course, they all request that when you make the requests, you outline why you want to talk to them. And Minister Ellis in particular, we wanted to discuss the changes to the police funding model. You guys will have seen a lot from RMA about that. In our specific instance, last year we paid close to $400,000 by 2030, the 2030-2031 provincial year. We will be at $1 million. So that is quite a rapid increase in funding. And then to make it somewhat actionable, and this goes back to what CO Cassidy was saying, we are going to try and push specifically what are called enhanced police contracts, enhanced police position contracts. So this was something that had existed prior to the police funding model. And when the police, and it was basically a county like us or a municipality, a smaller municipality would contract for a specific reason. They got an extra officer in above what the province thought we needed, and they paid for it directly. And these were covered off when the police funding model was first introduced. It was credited back to their requisition. At the time, the language was very light around even what they were. They didn't want to draw a lot of attention to it, I don't think. And it was only existing enhanced police position contracts that were covered as part of the financial. We would like to ask and advocate for Minister Ellis to have a broader range of those and allow for new positions to be considered under the police funding model credit. with our end goal being that we could potentially migrate the SRO position to an enhanced police position, subject to that contract where we would be the contract holder with the province. And then we would see that cost come directly out of our police funding model. So that would be our intent. It's about the only thing, I mean, we've tried to find anything actionable to try and get some of that money we're spending to make a local difference, and we haven't necessarily seen that return for value. But this would at least potentially relieve some financial pressure from us and Clearview and the town for that SRO position, and get the dollars we're already spending to be dedicated to our community.
Councillor Stevens?
I'm not sure if we'd ever get this, but every time they bring out a new funding model, it's enhanced policing. And I would love to see their KPIs for what our enhancement is, because it definitely isn't the number of boots on the ground in our community as seen by our vacancies. I can deal with paying more provincial taxes or municipal than to provincial if you are making things safer, if it's faster response time, more officers. But I don't see any KPIs of what they're achieving with this unless their KPI is, well, this will help balance the budget a little bit. And I'm not sure if that's the KPI we want to get behind.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I can't help but feel that they're offsetting some of the money that they're using. Like, I mean, 69, let's just go 69 municipalities that we represent. So everybody's paying another $1 million. Well, guess what? That's $69 million. I don't see anywhere near that in that funding. I'm with Mr. Stevens. I would really like to see the funding model, because I'm sure they're using it to offset some of the money that they're using to help pay for RCMP. Again, fine, but again, that's soft numbers that we don't have the RCMP members in our area like they say we do. So,
Councillor Stevens?
They, in their model, they did reference vacancy level would be a factor in how much it would cost us. But I can't help but think, I don't know this for certain, that would only be hard vacancies, not soft vacancies. But from a policing or crime perspective, I don't care why that officer isn't there. The fact that they're not there is why I am hesitant to pay for a position to an empty chair.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Regarding the credit that'll be built into the formula over the next few years for vacancies, it is relative to the provincial average. So if we are all missing half of our officers, there is no credit.
So if all 69 municipalities pay for 4 empty chairs, it's fair.
Yep.
They just don't want one person paying for all the empty chairs. I get it. That makes sense.
I think that Mr. Stevens works, and when you send out a crew next time, you're only going to send half the crew, but bill the full amount. That's kind of how this works, isn't it? As long as everybody else does it, you're okay.
Which we could certainly ask our finance minister that question if we have a chance to, so. Yeah. But there is a meeting with Minister Ellis. We don't know a time and date yet, but it will be up there at Ledge.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Reeve Clark, the time is Monday, March 16th at 3 o'clock. And originally you were scheduled from 3 to 4 p.m., but I received an update yesterday. You're scheduled from 3 to 3:30 p.m. So we need to be succinct at the legislature.
And I suppose that gets to the crux of the agenda item is who's coming, because we can't typically take all of council, or 30 minutes gets eaten up by introductions.
March is that day is the first day?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, are you?
Mr. Gannon will be in a session, but
I
am going to have to look at schedules and.
Okay, because that's what I was asking. What Nikki was saying you're scheduled with RMA stuff. Is that what I understand?
I would assume yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Gano's in a session.
Training session.
Okay. Anybody else? So I would think, I would like to see Mr. Stevens go, because are you going to be at the spring RMA?
At this point, I believe so, but I'm not sure if I should. We just established we want it short and succinct, so.
If we're gonna let the chain off, we should. If you know Mr. Ellis, he can be abrupt.
Yeah, you can. You got a fairly tough yeah.
So
outer texture.
So, and I think it would behoove us to have some of our more longer term counselors there too. So if Mr. Clark isn't going to be there, I would suggest that Mr. Stevens and myself, because we do have some of the history that goes forward with it, and then any other counselors. But again, in with Andrew saying, not necessarily a large contingency. So anybody else going to an EOP course, Clint or Wade? And then Counselor Adam to see whether or not.
You haven't told me you are.
That comes out as part of the schedule, and that Monday is for ELPs.
So I'm only going up with 2 admin this time, so I'd like it if Andrew and I could both be there, and then I've got to leave right away and get back to the Mayor's and Briefs meeting.
If there is a chance on my schedule, I'll confirm, but I'd like to get in front. Also, going back to Minister Madhu.
Yeah, but that's why I want to be there.
Yeah, because he did make a commitment to us, and we've really never seen it through. But
Well, we've held tight
on our SRO,
to that commitment from Minister Madhu, and I'm not about to
back off of it.
back
Okay.
off on it. So if I have to go a couple of rounds with Mr. Ellis, I'm fine with that too.
So does council agree that the two, Mr. Stevens and I, and then anybody else that would like to go?
I think it's an important meeting.
Yeah.
I need names today if I could, Reeve Clark, because they're asking me for your background checks.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Hunter, you're interested? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So
Okay,
then
well,
let's,
yeah, you guys can go. Yeah.
we'll send the 4. Unfortunately, Counselor Adams not here, but that's just the way that it'll be.
Send the 4 if you need to do that, Nikki, and then.
And I'm sure she will probably be in an EOPO course too as well.
So which Councillor Walker? Okay. Councillor Walker, Councillor Hunter, Councillor Nyberg, Councillor Stevens, and Andrew and myself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
That'll give us a good contingent. So.
Okay, reports. Councillor Stevens.
One other question on RMA minister meetings. Is there any other meetings we've requested at this time?
Municipal affairs, transportation. Did I get them all? Environment. Did we ask for-
Environment.
And I think we did ask for one with the new water minister also. Who is the new environment?
Environment.
Minister,
Yeah.
who is Minister Hunter, who sits on that. He's still going to sit on that water. Yeah, he made that announcement. Okay.
Thank you.
So we're good with that? Andrew, we don't need a motion on that? Okay.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's mostly for Nikki to communicate to them, so they'll let us in the door.
Okay, 11.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report. Is there any questions back to Yvette or any highlights you'd like to put out, Yvette? Councilor Gano?
I've just got a couple of questions. I noticed that there was some reference to AI courses and the like, both in corporate services and strategic initiatives. Just wondered to know a little bit more about that.
That one I don't know that we have a good background on. They're pretty preliminary courses.
Okay.
Generally, I think it was a RMA AI webinar that they each attended. Actually, Chris's might have been GFOA, but largely talking at a high level in the policy-based setup, and very much, I think the message of most of the introductory AI overviews is education is the most important thing you can do. make sure everybody's educated on the limitations of AI before they start, trusting it like a person kind of thing.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we have to generate a policy on it also.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at some point, okay.
Yeah.
And a follow-up, it was communications, just wondering to know about Facebook followers and if we've recovered from the number of followers we had last year.
Yes, Reeve Clark through to Councillor Gano. We are down. We're still at 487 followers from 2,600 plus or minus that was prior to. And we did we have been paying for some advertising to increase our followers. And we'll continue to do so as the budget allows to do that.
Thank you. I had no further questions.
Any other questions on the report? Councillor Nyberg?
So just on the Indiang one, on the water stuff, we had Stantec put on, or did they just do the under Indiang's second point there, Stantec added the CL2 pause function. They don't actually do it. We do it. They do the planning for us.
So they do the programming work.
The SCADA.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. That it
So
was
that-
it was a programming item, not
Yeah,
an
so
actual
that's
physical.
when they're talking about a CL2 pause. That's the chlorine analyzer. When they change the reagent, the chlorine analyzer registers as 0 for a bit, and then that ends up in our reports. And Alberta Environment gets very testy about that.
Okay.
Thinking that our chlorine residual was down for 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
This pause button just pauses the reporting so that they know that it's specifically that's a reagent change.
Oh, so that was done in the programming.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And the grants received for the FCSS, that's what we expected it to be?
Yes, there's a contract, that was the correct amount.
Okay, no, I wanted to make sure that that was taken care of. And then also on the when you talked about the Balf Roslin setup with Stantec, are they building that and working backwards towards us, or how? Because it looked like there was some completion already done there.
So the water line's been completed, and it's been tested, and we just have a rail crossing, CP rail, and God won't let us touch the railway crossing until after April. So we have to tender. We may tender it or just award it to a local contractor in the area, or United, who's working on the line to come here, may come up and help us with it. Then the truck fills. And we were successful in being able to use the Water for Life funding towards building the truck fills at both Balf and Roslin, because the Water for Life funding usually only supplies $150,000 per truck fill. The truck fills are costing us in the range of $800,000. Even if we built with the additional funding that we got approval for with AT, we'll still be within the original grant expectations. So we won't be going over what we originally were cleared to tender, and then the 10%, right? We'll be within that 10% on the total project. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So water's flowing right now up there
Water is not flowing because it's got no place to flow to, but we're
because of the
hoping,
CP crossing.
yeah, once
Okay.
we get the truck fills built, it will be flowing because neither Balf or Roslin are hooking on right away.
So I guess that's what it's built on that side of CP and built on this.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's what I was wondering.
Also, it's blank ends at both Balf and Roslin until the truck fills are made.
Right. Yeah.
Blanked off
So-
ends. So.
Yeah. And then, and the Denelda situation will come off the main line, right? Is that how?
Yeah. We're waiting for a decision on from Denelda's council. They said the 17th, I think, was their council meeting. So after that, then I think what we will do is probably get to the Shirley McCollum board right away and keep progressing with the truck fills. The two truck fills in Balf and Roslin, we have spec'd larger ones because of the demand. And I have also reached out to Camrose County to do the site prep at both sites to save some money. And the fact that we'll be servicing probably the majority of their residents, and they don't have a lot of skin in the game. So
They're They sold out, right?
Right.
They-
So, but I
Just
kept,
so everybody
but I
knows.
kept their water allocation.
Yeah,
So,
maybe just explain to the rest of council how that works, so.
so when we originally formed the Water Commission, both Lacombe and Camrose were members. And Lacombe joined because there were rumors at that time that the commission was going to take over the water treatment plant. The provincial government didn't see that through. So then Highway 1221 and Shirley McCollum became customers of the town of Stettler. So Lacombe just basically joined Shirley McCollum so that they would have some management say.
But as 1221.
Right, for 1221. Camrose was a little different. They were trying to get servicing into Pelican Point. The provincial government would not extend that funding as they do to hamlets to service Pelican Point. We did lobby for months trying to get that through for Camrose, but at the end we couldn't. Also, Highway 1221 tried the same, and they couldn't get it done either. So Camrose pulled out. But when they pulled out, we made sure that we could go down their road right of ways. That was part of the deal when we went to Ball from Roslyn, and I retained their water allocation.
Also too, with that, we're still pushing that fact of trying to get it to the more dense rural populations, because some of the urbans that it's ran to has been fairly minimal when it comes to residents. So when you start looking at the properties around the lakes or some of the more major subdivisions, it is about as, dense as it meets the planning requirements and should be a density that we could maybe get a transmission line to. So we're going to continue to push that. Councilor Stevens?
Has the commission decided whether we would let Camrose County residents connect on, like we do on our water lines, the rural connection? And if so, is it the same price for a non-member municipality?
So Shirley McClellan actually doesn't charge for the connections off the line. So pricing's not a consideration there. It's the individual municipalities who are paying for that hookup and then therefore charging their residents in accordance with their own policy. So in the county, it's $20,000 to offset our costs. But at this point, the commission's bylaws would prohibit it from selling piped water to a non-member. So we can only sell to our member communities via pipe. The only exception to non-member communities is via truck fill. So that's the only way that Shirley McClellan will currently, under the current bylaw structure, do that. Unless the board was to consider changing the operation provision bylaw, then they would have to look at Camrose re-entering the commission on some sort of a basis.
So any farms or acreages adjacent to the line are not eligible to connect at this time?
They're going to have to work through Camrose County, who's going to have to come back and work through the commission.
I just want to know the options. I haven't got any direct feedback requesting it. I just wanted to know if it was an option.
We've certainly heard plenty from Camrose residents that are desire to, and we basically just have to say, we don't have that ability currently, talk to your county counselors.
And the commission then would have to decide how that would work.
Next highlight from the report is just a reminder on the Community Service Awards. It's coming up shortly. There is still tickets for sale. If you have a burning desire to nominate someone, nominations will be closing shortly because we do have to get the plaques made up in advance. But just a reminder that more tickets are available and we are accepting nominations.
It's held at Westwoods this year?
This year will be Westwoods.
Okay. Any other questions?
The motion to receive for information, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions on the report? Call the question, all in favor, and that is carried. Financial reports, 11.2.1 bank reconciliation, 11.2.2 payment register, pages 89 to 98. Any questions on that? Council.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question on the high flyer report, maybe to Andrew about it. The individual was 151. We're going, how the heck did they get going so fast by 38.2? And number two, is that an automatic, like how it's going to be, they ran away. So we have a no pursuit policy.
Right.
Okay. So with that, no pursuit policy that I'm good with. Does that individual goes to the registered owner? Do they have an automatic court date?
Yeah, if we were able to get license information, then they will likely get a summons by mail. We do have that ability through the Traffic Safety Act. Of course, the challenge always is if they come in and say, my car was stolen that day, or, you know,
Got to prove it. But.
yeah, somewhat. It's easy to cast doubt for a ticket. Otherwise, 50 kilometers over the speed limit is the point where it's a mandatory summons. So you're going to court regardless. And of course, a unmarked rural road or unsigned rural road is 80 kilometers by default. So,
But that was on the highway. I think he said it was 56 that he caught him.
oh, was it? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking you said.
I noticed that one out of the high flyer. That was always our kind of a go-to back in the day with Mr. Bishop. He would always tell us the high flyers, and I remember one on 171 on 601, and I was, holy cow.
Last week I saw 167 on Deerfoot Trail through the daytime,
Wow.
is what it was stated on the news.
Oh, I thought maybe you were looking down at you.
Well, it certainly wasn't, but I don't know how you drive that fast on Deerfoot,
Oh,
how you'd get up to that speed with normal traffic.
running into somebody because there's so much traffic in front of you.
It's a badge of honor. Everyone wants the high score.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, anything else? I guess that was on still back to our report.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anything on our financial reports? Any questions? If not, if we can have somebody move. Councilor Gano moves. Call the question. All in favor? Councilor fee sheets, page 99 of the package.
Mr. Chair, we saw you had two there. They got that finally cleared up for you. That was good. Just on your one, just let me get there. I apologize. Was the CMRA virtual meeting, is that one that we take care of, or like how does that work now that you're on the RMA?
I was chair of the CRMA at that time. So we had to do the elections and stuff. So I was representing.
So you were doing work. Oh, okay. No, and that's cool. I just wanted to make.
And now the one at Banff and stuff, I'd be on RMA for that.
Okay. No, and that's cool. I just wanted to make sure that was where we were at. And I would just, for everybody, if you didn't get a chance, Reeve Clark did have an opportunity to meet with Hometown Media. Well done.
Okay.
On that one too.
That was in December, yeah. Any other questions, Councilor Stevens?
Yeah, I think we may have an error with Councillor Hunters.
Oh yeah, he's at the Ram.
Or multiple.
He went to the Ram. I saw that.
I know that we had ASB on the 7th. I know we had a council meeting in there. And I think he was at ASB convention. And there's 2 dates showing up, so I'm thinking.
It's almost like the wrong month got pulled.
Yeah.
See, that doesn't match what's showing
Yeah,
up.
February, it should be January, yeah.
This is.
And I'd had that had happened to me last.
This is January.
It was my December, it was actually in November, I think. But this is forward, so. Because that would have been after the billing, like after we're supposed to have our stuff in too. Yeah, yeah. So if we can look, I guess if, between,
So the one I approved and I checked is, it had, Banff,
It's just not the one we have in our package.
package, yeah.
I'm wondering if, when we pulled it into the package, it hadn't synced from some certain changes, or from the most recent changes.
yeah.
Because this one's not showing the reviewed by CAO at that point, so, that's likely what happened, is that it was an error in.
And with the like our change over to the different timesheets,
Yeah,
if that's something we can bring back, it can be added to the next.
We'll bring two timesheets forward next week, just like we did for
Oh,
Larry this time.
okay.
yeah.
So we will take,
I see, no, yeah, we
Yeah.
pulled the wrong month. We
We
pulled
pulled the wrong
February
one.
instead of January, I see. And so when we pulled it, that's all that had been entered in.
You need a mic too, Counselor Hunter, so
Hey,
you're gonna speak.
he-
so-
He couldn't figure out how to use his, so he was gonna share.
Okay. Okay, so we'll come back to the next one.
I was just showing him I did it right.
Okay.
I wasn't questioning your honesty here.
That's defense. That's
I-
just absolute defense at this point,
I-
Counselor Hunter.
I was laying the groundwork that you substantially underbuilt. So this was not a critique.
Yeah.
He's pat, we'll get rid of the pat on his back. Counselor, or,
Me?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Andrew, please go ahead.
I was just going to comment that we're still getting used to our new way, the way we change the timesheets on you guys, and so we no longer scan them in, and so it used to be nicely curated for us by Melissa, and now we're pulling the sheets, and we do unfortunately sometimes make mistakes. So
Okay, Counselor Nyberg?
so Mr. Chair, is there something that we as council can do to help the situation?
just patience at this point.
Okay, fair enough. No, that's,
That's sometimes what this council runs short on, Andrew.
but we have a lot of fun doing it. So, Mr. Chair, I'll give you a motion to accept them excluding Mr. Hunter's this time, and then we'll have the corrected version next time.
Next month, actually, when they come in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Call a question, all in favor?
Are you in favor?
That would be carried.
James, I can send mine to you if you want.
No, I don't
Oh,
care, actually.
Everybody
You mistake
believes-
me, Mr. Hunter, you mistake me for somebody that cares. No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, report, on our reports, our counselor committee reports, we've got more entered today than we'd had last month, so that's good. Any questions or any updates that anybody wants to bring forward on any of the reports that they did? Highlights? If I can get somebody to move the council's reports, Counselor Gano moves them, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Consent agenda items. Wendy Campbell, open letter to the Premier of Alberta and all Albertans, page 124. Package. Regarding Alberta Disability Assistance Program. Anybody want to speak to that, or? Counselor Nyberg?
Give you a motion to receive for information.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Opening camera. Who's doing the fire update? Do we, you are, Andrew? Okay. So if we can, next item is in camera session. If I can have somebody move us in camera. Counselor Hunter, call the question, all in favor?
Thank you. We're back in. All right. We have a couple items of business. I guess we'll start with the lake encroachments.
I'll make a motion to instruct administration to bring back a bylaw for lake encroachments and to contact the landowners about enforcement action.
Any discussion? All in favor? All in favor.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that council directs administration to begin enforcement actions on the the Botha Mercantile property, making contact via mail and contacting the owner via mail. I think you wanted that was one of the things we should deal with.
You can do it in other methods, just as long as we maintain a paper trail.
Yeah.
Via email or mail.
They'll deal with it.
All right. Okay. Motion's on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor? All carried. All right.
Next meeting,
Next meeting date is scheduled for Wednesday, February 25th.
Move to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, move to adjourn. Yeah, we've got that. That's it. Thank you.
All in favor?
All in favor, sorry.